What happened to the countdown? I guess I just started too late. And then suddenly the countdown flipped over and going back to 60 minutes. Anyway, I was sitting and waiting for my windows of the events to load, but I guess it doesn't load. There is currently a problem with Streamlabs. Supposedly that's affected by an AWS issues. Yeah. Ever have had meetings like that, but I also love horror stories. Yeah, I do think that there are probably some things you could say about if you've been traumatized by something, maybe you don't find those kind of stories compelling afterwards because they ring too close to home, or maybe it's a coping mechanism, like people from war exchanging stories that people who've never been to war cannot relate to. I don't know. Either way, for you, it's a glimpse into a different world, and also a glimpse into a world that you will not get to because of the choices you've taken on your path. That's nice. So yeah, you have a data supplier, and they're notoriously crappy at their job. The whole meeting is them, their excuses, and us trying to hold them accountable. Oh, those kind of things, right? Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. While we just settle in, we're always just going to do a little bit of talking before sort of warming up and getting people settle in and get their favorite beverage or whatever. So this Sunday, I wasn't streaming, as you probably know. I went to see a couple of, they used to be my best friends back in high school, and we just lost touch after high school, so I haven't talked to them for 20 odd years, 24 years. And then we sort of got in touch because they're sort of planning to have some kind of event next year for our 25-year anniversary. And then we started talking, and it was like, oh, cool, hey, let's meet up. And then we met up, and it was just, first of all, it's funny. We haven't talked for 24 years, and we just fell straight into the same sort of, not necessarily patterns, but we could meet each other, and we just kind of, after the 10 minutes, so what have you done the last 24 years? Then we just talked about things like we saw each other last week. It was good fun, and it's one of those things where like kind of sucked. Like there was no reason why I lost touch with them except started university, and then I focused on that, and then kind of lost touch, and then wife, kids, career stuff, and then after 15 years you don't go like, hey, how are you doing? So there had to be some kind of compelling reason why we see each other again. Anyway, it actually struck me that there's also like I was reminded of this by the sort of when I said like the path we chose, and we're sort of all three of us were pretty ambitious in high school, and we're sort of always known that yeah, we're gonna go to university and we're gonna do stuff, and so it's always nice sort of then you see 24 years later. So what happened? And well, my story, you know that. So if I'm from the career stuff, now I do YouTube video, which of course is it's always a good story. It's always something that's surprising to people. And then one guy was like going hardcore in the financial world and was there and took down Lehman Brothers from the inside, or I mean, whatever. He was there in Lehman Brothers and like all those like big financial institutions and at all the right times, and just really grinding that corporate ladder. And the other guy was also like also doing that, traveling the world and being strategy consultants for big companies. And but the thing is, like, was the one guy was like the strategy consultant. He had like a couple of years ago just decided that it's too stressful. It's not what brings joy, and he had sort of given it up and became a high school teacher. But it was interesting, like, you know, when you see someone and you don't have any context, that you could kind of hear that he kind of sort of, I won't say apologize for it, but kind of sort of like kind of had to give reasons why that was the right thing. And I was like, yeah, no, it's that to me is, it's much more impressive to stop during the grind and realize that it's not for me, and then do something that brings joy, even though pricing wise or sort of income wise you're probably like only making like a third or fourth or maybe even a fifth of what you can do as an independent strategy consultant and that kind of thing. Then just going like, nah, you know, it brings me happiness to teach young people the way of the world. That was awesome. I just, it was interesting for me because I hadn't really thought of it but when I just saw those two examples of like ones who really grinding their career, and then someone who did the same thing and could have continued, but then decided, you know what, I'm gonna take a turn and do something that I'm more passionate about. And obviously that's also what I did, and therefore it's the, I totally respect that, because it's way more when people sort of, yeah, a change of career midlife is it's somehow more courageous than keep doing what you're doing, because it's uncertain. It's the uncertainty to it. So I just, it was just something that I thought about, how intuitively that someone feels like they have to sort of make an apology for it or make an explanation for why they chose what they chose, because it was not the default option. The default option was, oh yeah, we're just corporate careers, and if you don't do that, then you have to have a reason for it. Don't agree. Anyway, that was just one of those things where I thought that was both interesting from the perspective of how you presented it, but also interesting from the perspective of how I respond to it. And yeah, I just like that kind of story more. Maybe because I did that myself. Yeah. Anyway, JC Flux. Hey, love your Satisfactory. I have the day off, so first time I could catch the stream. Welcome, and thank you for joining, and thank you for the compliment. It's very nice. It's always nice when people come in. Like, there's, for everyone who goes and actually post a message like that, there's I'm assuming that there's 10 people who have the same feeling but just didn't post it because, well, I'm just here watching. Hey, TC Vlogs, thank you for the Prime and welcome. And we can hear that the interaction doesn't work. So let's see if overlay. No, overlay doesn't work. Okay, well, they'll be fixed at some point. So I might miss a sub or something here and there. Well. Right, and Cash Go. It's my most hated meeting because I don't really care for the management aspect. Give me the data. You are contracted to fix what's wrong. Stop asking me to detail all of your mistakes and asking, are you sure? Yeah. Yeah, when things become strategy wise, they're like strategic, like, oh, okay, but you need to specify the, and you're kind of like, oh, you're just stalling, or just trying to dodge the fact that you can't do what you were supposed to be doing. Yeah, I always tried. It was one of those things where I always made a very deliberate effort into making sure that specialists never got into those kind of meetings. Those were always kept at management level because it's just not. I need the specialists to be specialists with across from vendors, and they need to be working on solving problems, and they should never be selling or strategizing or anything like that. They should be working on the same goal, and then management can talk about whether that's in scope, out of scope, extra cost, changes, all that stuff. That's something that can happen to management level, but because you can at management level, you can more easily switch from adversarial to collaborative and back and forth in in sort of in different stages of a project, and there's going to be no hard feelings in it because it's part of the game. It's the core of our job as managers and account managers and that kind of thing. So it's core of that job, but the core for the specialist is to be specialist. So they should not sort of come back and go like, yeah, okay, so I worked with these consultants through it, and I managed to get them to do this for free. Like, don't worry about it. That's not your job. You make sure you build good solutions with the consultants. Don't worry about all that stuff. That's not. Yeah. Don't like it. Yeah. Yeah. I've been doing software for a while, but never delved into trains. So for my first time, I'm building a world map route. Oh, nice. That's gonna take a while. Let's see if we can fire up the game and see how that works today. Maybe. I hope. Oh, no, it's not. It was, I had to switch it. So it has to go back to old. There we go. All right, looks like we are. Damn, this. I need to do something about that stupid camera. Yeah, I'm diving down below the table to adjust the camera. It's just how it is. Cool. Do you ever use mods not for Satisfactory? I have no intention of using mods for Satisfactory, and yeah, I don't want to. All right, so we built this awful monstrosity here. And welcome. So why, what, how do we do this? The fact that I have this in the middle, it is such a unique situation that I have like a big blob in the middle that's not taken. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Should I recap numbers? What do you mean recap numbers? Recap numbers? Oh, if you have them, then sure. So we can kind of figure out what's going on. Oh, my concrete gets wet. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it if you got that. So then I can use those numbers as also recap of what the hell we're doing here. And welcome. Fabia, welcome. And also MN79DK. That would indicate that, like, if I have to decipher that username, MN, probably initials, 79, you're as old as I am, DK, some of the same country as I am. Reality is leaking. Ah, crap. I hate reality leaking. Yeah. Well, it's not technically not reality. It is kind of technically a bit of reality leaking in there. Damn it. That's the problem. Better? I think that's good now. There. This is update 6, right? Yes. Can we still use these up for the current version, or the recipes have not changed at all? So nothing about this is different. Only, like, the only difference is the fact that this scenery around here is different. So if you build this place in update 5, you're gonna have a bad time in update 6. I guess that's being part of it, I think. All right. Let's have a look at what. Yeah, constantly setting up with the nuclear waste bug. Yeah, that's a frustrating that it's been like that for so long. Yeah. So when that happens, as Mr. is rightfully saying, first of all, this pond and probably also the other ones up here, like the new ones. That's my theory. At least this one. Anyway, what happens is that if you go too far, whatever that means, away from this location, then they no longer pump water, they pump nuclear waste. That sucks. And then you come back, then they're still sort of stuck pumping nuclear waste into the pipes that are now empty, and that means your coal power plant doesn't work, and blah blah blah. So basically, every time you go out and come away and then come back, then save the game, load the game, then it starts working again. So that's what I'm doing, and so far we've not had too much problem. All right, thank you, Grundig. That is our ratios. What this build here we are looking at, we're flying over, weird build, is supposed to make 2.25 heavy modular frames. Here we go, 2.25 heavy modular frames. And that requires 6 modular frames. That's 3 plus 3. And that means what we're getting inbound is reinforced iron plate coming from that one, and also the pipes, steel pipes. And the other thing that is required for the heavy modular frames is the encased industrial beams. That is here, which just so happens to be using steel pipes and concrete. Steel pipes is now also coming on this pipe belt, and the concrete coming from below ground. That will be concrete coming in. So the concrete will go in on here, go into these 2 locations, and it'll also go into here. So basically what we've done is we have reduced everything down to the subcomponents. This one is now using steel pipes. This is coming from steel pipes. This is steel pipes and concrete also goes into the heavy encased industrial beams. So it's basically steel pipes and concrete that we need for everything here. But the only catch is the fact that I also need 4 reinforced iron plates. And so we have a special formula here for the reinforced iron plate. This is actually the default of defaultness here. And it comes from iron plates, which will be made over here, weirdly enough. Iron plates in this one, coming from plastic and steel ingots. Plastic will then come in here. And it's like very, very low amount of plastic. As Grundig is saying, it is 2.6 or something like that. Plastic. 2.66 plastic. Not much. And the other side is here. This is the screws coming from steel beams, and steel beam coming from steel ingots. And that means the only input here will be 3 things. Steel ingots that will come in from our build on the other side at a rate of 160. Then a tiny bit of plastic that we will get from a branch off of our main line, our support here. One of these is carrying plastic, and that will then be brought over. And the last one is concrete, and the concrete we will get from looks like screw is somehow wrong. Why is it somehow wrong? Steel ingots to beams to screws. It's way overscaled, of course, because I don't really need very much here. That I need 66 of them, but you're using less. Maybe I got the wrong. Yes, I think you're using the wrong recipe. There are 2 ways of making it. There is yeah, there's these 2, the bolted one and the normal one. And the bolted one takes more plates. Takes more. Okay, the bolted one takes more screws per plate. Like this one takes 12 per one, and this one would then be 36 for 3, but it's 50. But since I only need, but the bolted one is way faster. But since I don't need it faster, I'm taking the default reinforced. I think that's the one. Are the Daves back from holiday yet? No. I know how Denmark works, and Sweden is even worse. Sweden is shut down all of July. So if it's July, Sweden is closed. Sorry. When you try to cross the bridge to Sweden, it just says, sorry, we're closed. It's like that. So now we need to solve the 3 things here, as well as figure out a way to scale this. What do we need to do first? I think we like the setup here. I think this is good enough. I just really want to build like a pillar in the middle. Problem is I can't do it quite in the middle. Let's see, if I did it in the middle, what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What an awful number. I kind of like having odd numbers more. So maybe I do this as I was also doing before. Alright, so now that's 11 wide, and that means the middle is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. And the other way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is the middle. And that's a problem, see? That's a real big problem, actually. I need the middle to be here. Is that correct? Yeah. Well, the way to get that to become the middle is simply to add more to the side, I guess. We just add a bit of fluff, and then the middle just moves. That's simple. Good. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so that's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one. That did not help at all. How did that not help at all? How did that not help? Because it should have been on the other side, right? It should have been on the other side. Idiot. The other way, yeah. If you want to pull the middle this way, then, well, obviously, gotta pull the middle this way. Let's try that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so now this is actually the middle. Yeah. Oh no, you know what? You mentioned Rubik's Cube. I realized that I forgot how to solve the Rubik's Cube. I've always been able, not always, but I've always been able, always, yeah, again. It's just one of those things. I've been able to solve the Rubik's Cube. And when I see one that's unsolved, and most people just have them unsolved, then you just go like, there you go. But now I forgot. I know it's so embarrassing. It sucks. And now, so that means I need to study it again, because I suddenly realized, like, I can't remember how to flip the yellow corners. Bring in the raw resources to a location for a product. Do you find it to be a better way to build? Entrepreneur, yes, I do find it to be a better one. This did become the place for it, but I'll need to get multiple floors of it. But we built this floor, so that'll be the first one. I'm gonna need to make some kind of pillar that looks slightly less awful than this in here. Don't know how, why, what, but let's experiment a bit. Did I get those? Yeah, I did get those. That's one way of doing it. But that becomes like, it becomes too small for such a big thing here. Unless I also build them in the corners. I could do that. Then I don't think I want this one here. I am so bad at this part. It's just... Will you ever consider a playthrough without any manifolds? No, why would I? It's like, have you ever considered a one without belts? No, I have not considered one without belts, because that would be incredibly annoying to do. Let's see. All the corners open now? Yeah, all the corners are open. Then I can actually... I could actually make some more fluff on the corners. Hypertube going through the middle pillar? Yeah, I like that idea. It's an interesting thing. I mean, just the fact that I can do this. It just kind of makes me feel like I should do this. The fact that I can make these things at the corners and of course do it similarly below ground, and then yeah. All right, let's go down. Oops. What? Oh no, where's all my stuff? Concrete. I sink the extra jetpack? Nope, I don't. I don't sink jetpack fuel. I sink plastic, but not jetpack fuel. Here's a jetpack fuel. And you can see it does not go out. This says none. But the other ones are happily going out, the plastic and stuff there. Hey, St. Cabbage! No concrete. Oh, even more embarrassing than the lack of Rubik's Cube knowledge. Is it though? I think I've been... No more concrete, that's something you can live with. It happens to the best of us. But not being able to solve a Rubik's Cube, man, that's embarrassing. Okay, so how... Oh. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Goes out there. Yeah, so it was really embarrassing. It's still something that I lie awake about with the about that stupid Rubik's Cube. Because it's one of those things that I've always been like, okay, sure, I can do that. It doesn't have to be fast, but if you can solve it and your fingers are always moving, then it looks impressive. And generally, people who can't solve it, they can't really tell the difference in impressiveness between solving it in 20 seconds or 1 minute. It's fast and it's solved, and your fingers keep moving. They don't know that that's the speed by which you could do it. So therefore, speed cubing, you do that for a very, very small crowd, but just being able to solve it is like a nice, convenient thing. Yeah, so it was on a vacation, and there was this 12-year-old who could just solve it. I was like, I can do that. 12-year-old, and I couldn't do it. Like, fucking hell. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. It was 43 seconds or something. Yeah, I would say that generally it takes me, because I don't know very good algorithms for it, then it generally takes me between 1 and 2 minutes, depending on, of course, on a bit of luck and stuff. So I don't know very good algorithms. It's just that I can solve it sort of one thing at a time, and I can't remember too many things, and I don't have any intuitive feel for it at all. So it's more akin to like, okay, first you solve this, then you solve that, then you solve this, and then you solve that, and it's fine for just casual. Can you solve it? Yes. It's one of those cases where the marginal benefit of being faster is almost non-existent, or pretty much non-existent. Why am I doing so much with this without being absolutely sure that this is the right height and stuff? I'm just hoping. Yay, hope. This seems reasonable, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I like it. I know the last layer in 4 steps. Ooh. In the last year or so, where I only remember the muscle memory, not the rotation. Yeah, I know that. I've had that as well. I was like, I don't remember how to do it. And I get in hand like, okay, yeah, that's how you swap these two. There we go. And then if I had to, and then I sort of remembered in my muscle memory with the different algorithms, but then I was like, is this the algorithm to switch the corners, or is it this algorithm to fix this part, or is it to rotate, or is it? Then you're like, nope, switch, nope, no. Ah, there we go. And that's definitely not fast, but it's one of those calcification of the old ticker. Have to have room for all the new knowledge, but it's one of those things you just gotta keep it up to date, like any other skill. No, it's definitely not like riding a bike. Or sex. Even after years of not doing it, you can still remember how to do it. I guess we're not really agreeing on where the corner is. Interesting. Right. That gives some kind of contour here, and well, we can make more of that if we want to. My middle kid competes competitively. He's done competing. He was 7. It's all algorithms. Nice. Yeah, it's a. I can imagine it's a close knit tight-knit community because there's so few people, and they do it like really fanatically. So it kind of makes sense that you'd everyone knows everyone. So, see, I want to do this at least. At least a bit, I think. Actually, no, I don't. If I'm doing this, then I should do it in a better way, right? I'm going to put these here, even though I'm not going to use that at all. Same people at every event, yeah. And same same parents in the corners, just go like, hey. I don't know if it's a bad idea to go so much all in on aesthetics right now, if you don't even know. If we don't know if this is how it's gonna be. So first of all, I don't like this. I like that even less. Ah! Just this one I deleted. There you go. So now at least I have a method to get stuff over there. It might not even be this one, though. It might be hooked up on... Yeah. On the outside of that, but I can't do that. Anyway. There's a double-sided wall outlet. Yes, but there's also this one, and that's fewer clicks. So there's that. Of redoing a module once you get access to better way to get the item. I will not get better ways to get this item. I don't build things unless I have the right way to do it. The only exception was plastic and rubber because I needed it in very small quantities, but I have no intention of ever making a different design for this. I can make more design for this, different floors, but I will not make a different one because this is the design I want. And that is very firmly my stance on this kind of thing. I don't know. How would I... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it's not even close to middle. Yeah, so we can just do this. No idea how far that has to go down. And yeah, I'll basically walk this down. Not build everything here, but build some of it. Or maybe I will have to build all of it. One, two, three. Hey. It actually fit. Ah, crap. Did I just... Yeah, I did. 4 meter thick. Okay, good. Ah, I pressed E instead of R. I wanted to press R to switch it back to zooming, and then I didn't. Oh man, I just hope I don't do anything stupid here. I mean, I'm just terrified of realizing that something isn't working, and therefore I need to build the whole thing again. And now I don't like this anymore. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, something, something, something. Yeah, okay. Can I get 7? Yeah. Should be fine. And I will be switching back from zooming. And then I get this part. What? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Damn. Oh, I hear enemies nearby. They're starting to take an interest to me. And then switch back to zooming. Oops. Zooming. And that makes sense. Ah, except for the fact that this is not where I wanted. Ah. God number, which is 20. Yes, indeed. And it was solved by Google brute forcing it. Because of course. Alright, so this now means that the whole thing is a bit off. If this one had started one further over, like this, everything would have been fine. Ah! But it didn't. No. I'm missing one. Let's see if that fits. 8. It is correct. Unfortunately, that's just how it has to be. Oh, really? I've already burned through all of this? Damn. That was a lot. Long into your playthrough before you start building these huge factories. I just found coal. I don't know if you consider this a huge factory then from the beginning. But this is not really a huge factory. Okay, we'll go over here. I mean, the easiest way is to look at my YouTube series. I mean, not the easiest. The easiest is to ask me, of course, but just to get a sense. So first I built this platform down here, which takes care of all the iron products and copper products and concrete, and then also reinforced iron plates, modular frames, and rotors. So that takes care of down here. Then the next thing I built was the first coal power plant, which we have here, like one of those levels of coal power plant. And then I built the steel tower. Then I brought everything over and built this part, the hub. Then I expanded this part, I think. Brought the steel over, expanded coal, and then I built the plastic down here, and then we're starting on the next part. So that's basically how I do it. Hello, Minotaur Black. Good evening. So yeah, I mean, I built a decent sized factory for everything as I need it. Yeah, alright, get all of it. Really? That's interesting. Is this not a tree? Are you not a tree? You look like a tree. You are a tree. Yeah, and I have a full inventory, so it doesn't really bother me, this part. Good. Oh, nope. What? Oh no. You gotta be kidding me. So that's not a tree? This is not a tree? Are you not a tree? You seem like a tree. Oh, it's even worse. So I have to go. Alright, well it goes... Oh, you know what? This is it actually turns out to be absolutely perfect. Damn, look at that. That means this is the corner. That means you no go. Ah, look at that beauty. Damn. Where are these corners? Okay, that's a thing. Oh, holster. We have someone angry downstairs, but that's okay. Angry downstairs neighbor. Switch back to zooping. Switch back to zooping. Oh man, remember back in the good old days without the zooping? Psh. I hope that we will one day say, remember that back in the good old days when we didn't have I don't know, copy paste or something like that. Yeah, okay, so let me just go from here. I don't intend to build all of these levels now, but I'd like to have them made, these levels, so I can get a better sense of, yeah. How? Why is this corner missing? Don't know. It's actually, like, turns out to be pretty damn perfect location here. It is just now getting close to that location, and that's exactly where it then starts getting trouble, so that's perfect. And let's grab this. Is missing blueprints and construction bots. I don't know about construction bots. It doesn't need. Why would you need? Why would you ever need construction bots, since everything gets built immediately as you build it? Construction bots have no value in this game. But blueprints, like a copy paste function that functions like the deconstructor, like you select things, and then whatever you select up to X, then you can do copy, and then you have that as a single thing that you move around. That's all I ask for. It doesn't even seem like particularly big of an ask, but if you just had that, it doesn't have to be like, oh, upload your blueprints to something, just a copy paste function within the game. So you design once and you can build many times. Because that would also make it even cooler to have modular builds, because you build a module and then you can know that you can copy this module to wherever you need it. It would make the game so much better. Ah, crap. I have no idea what that is now. Oh, it's in there. Well, that's something. Let's go up and get the one higher up. We did get all these pillars, but we didn't get the ones higher up. Yeah, they can do it in other games, so it's not because they can't do it, it's because they prioritize not to do it. And that's, well, that's a design choice. Next up, next corner. Are these floors to copy the top floor down? Yes. Not necessarily that I'm going to do it, but it's in order for me to be able to do it, as I need more, because I'm only producing 2.25 heavy modular frames at each floor, which obviously is not much. But there's also no point in making a design that makes 15 of them, and then we are not going to have 15 anytime soon. So this is why I think modular builds are better, because you can build one and then go on with other projects, and then you can come back and continue designing or continue to build it whenever you feel like it. And I think that's just better for gameplay. And this one has all the pillars. That's good. And then, yeah, that's good. I do want to have the middle pillar as well, because I spent all that effort to get that middle pillar in here. So let's get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's this one. So I know where it is. And then over on this side, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, which then can be built like that. It's on 3 sides it can have this support. Cool. 1, 2, 3. And then we test. It's perfect. That's just easier to build it like this. When going 1 level down to get that. Whoops. Much easier. Right. That should be the last of these sort of design things. And then we'll hook up power lines, and then we'll get started on the input sides. Input stuff, and 2, 3. Ain't there some kind of corner ramp? Yes. There is. That one. But does it also exist for the top? I do not know. I can't remember. Foundations. Up corner. Nope. Yep. There. Yeah, that one. Not sure I want them in the corners though. I do think up here is nice. Not sure I want them down here because then I'm not sure I have room for it. Here's the thing though. Yeah. I like this more, but I would like to have it up here, but that's not an option. Because that doesn't exist for some reason. The question is now, do we also want these corners? I guess they look better if we have the option. The question is, do we have the option? Depends on if I have room for it. Here. Okay, looks not a problem. Nope, no problem. I don't know why I'd want this, but let's just get it for old time's sake. Yeah. Glass versions of corners? Don't think so. Yeah, but no, only downwards corners, not upwards corners. Right, I like this somehow. I don't know what I'm going to do about these bumps there, but they have to be there. I like having my factories open like this. All right, let's go all the way around with this one. And that gets the other one. The inverted corner up here. Don't forget my break. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's get this one done here. I think I only have this level left, and then... Oh. And I want to build... I would just want to build this. Such a small remainder here. That one. And get these up here. We have some angry biters nearby that we need to take care of. And then this part. Of course, we need power for these levels and all that stuff. Oh, did I build something over here? I think I did. Where the hell are you? No? That's all the way around. Now the top corner. Yeah. Woohoo! Done. Obviously we still have like anything lower than this, but this is a start. Hey, good evening, Toddy. Sorry for not seeing all the subs if they are even there. So I'm gonna be even more distracted than usual. And good evening, Barthok. Right. It looks okay. Oh. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm definitely not gonna have more than 4 of these, and then the rest just needs to go down further down, right? Right. So yeah, this is gonna be a first break, 50. And thank you, Kashmir Goat, for the 200 bits. Yeah, doesn't work. Concrete under the building then. No, I'm gonna have just pillars here, and then down here I'm gonna make somewhere down there a concrete plant with moist concrete, and then bring that up, because I'll just need 1 refinery for each floor, so that's easy to build. Looks like a multi-story car park. It kind of is a multi-story car park, but it'll be a multi-story thing production facility eventually. Be back here in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining, and see you in a bit. And welcome back. And that was Super Cecil with the 200 bits, thank you. And Cyber Mala with the 2 years, thank you. Yeah. Interesting, I can see today that, not surprising, okay, that's not a wish for it. I can see today that there are a lot of people obviously playing Sweet Transit. And it feels really bad that I'm like, I just didn't like that game. And I just feel that I should be playing it. Like, it was so obvious, like a content farm for me. Because people would expect me to play a game. Oh, it's full of trains. That must be a Nido's game. Woo! I just don't know. It's not fun. Can't help it. What can you do? One more for the train. Well, problem with train today is that I don't get any notifications, so it sucks. Oh. Not that I don't. What? Oh, I guess I'm gonna land here then. Guess this is my new house. Maybe early access will help the game. Don't think so. But, you know, it's maybe. Nope, no trains today, or at least not now. That's fine. Let's get this part in here. What are we looking for? It is under architecture. That one. 1, 2, 3. And then this is where it would start going out again, but I can also just go. This would be the foot, this would be the platform, this would be, no, this is the platform level, then that would be the, you know, think extra one, this is the platform, and then just go 1, 2, 3. There. Hello, Ness, good evening. Yeah, this sounds good, right? Is this double? This one would be the green foot, this would be the concrete foot, this would be the concrete platform, this would be the concrete top, this would be the green top, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, looks about right. That's the one. Actually, there's some really aggressive ones nearby. What? Anyone attacking me or what? Right. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. We go here. Here. Okay, wake up. In case you were falling asleep, then you're awake now. Ah, steel beams. No. All right. So no streams tomorrow, by the way, in case you were wondering, in case you were thinking, wonder what's on the docket tomorrow. Big answer is nothing. But Saturday I will have a stream. Don't know exactly what I'll be streaming. I'm leaning very much towards playing Stray, because that seems like a fun game, and I want to just play a fun game. Satis Thursday, indeed. Happy Satis Thursday. And then here. And we have issues with these trees. And that will be, yeah, that'll have all sorts of other issues. It's actually a pretty good level for building our moist concrete, I think. It doesn't need very much. It basically needs 4 refineries and that's it. Oops. Yeah. I'll just go inside the wall of that, but whatever. Oops. This is really good. Really lucky. Damn, that's good. You can soup the support. I just don't bother switching back and forth between soup and not soup for those. So I just figured it would be easier to build them myself. Yeah. Ah, there. Okay, it got inserted the right place. Good. And what about the middle one though? Yeah, I kind of forgot that middle one. Do we want the middle one? I guess we do. Guess we have to for consistency and stuff. And there we go. It might be a bit annoying to have the middle one, since it's something. See? Souping. Will this be the floor of the... What? Will this all be floors for heavy modular frames? Yeah, kind of, but I probably won't make it anyway. There'll be 4 floors for heavy modular frames, and then this floor will be for... Because it's close to the water, then this will be for the 4 refineries for making wet concrete. So, that's it. I also need to get power to all of these floors somehow. And then we need 4. It's always, it's one of those challenges I find with Satisfactory, is that if you don't spend time on just any kind of beautification, it gets really dull to look at. But if you spend too much time of it, it gets dull to look at while playing, because it takes forever to get anywhere and you end up just doing kind of aesthetics. And if you do it half-assed, both of it, then you spend a lot of time but don't really get anything that look good. So yeah, that's tough. It's tough to kind of find that balance that fits for everyone and fits for the community, obviously. I might do a bit more. I am doing a bit more on this one than I would normally do, but yeah, we'll see. There. Oh no! Yeah. And we'll leave it at that. Skate park vibes. Yeah, everything has skate park vibes for this, I guess. All right, so now we need to get power. We might as well get power all the way down in one go. That'll make it easier. We only have power at this location, so guess that's... is this where we want it? It's as good as place as any. Is it though? Because I'd rather have it here. I can't put it on the outside without actually going off to the side. Think, damn you, think. Yes, let's do that. Can you power inside the pillar? Yes, but then I can't hook anything up to it, so that's not something I want to do. So this will be where I can sort of drag it into this level, and then I can keep it out here. I think this makes it pretty accessible for all locations. Up. Ah! Yep. Looking good. And this is then when we realized that this is not actually a good place, because how do I get it the rest of the way down? Should have brought it over in this location. But you know, what can you do? There's a pillar. What do you think of Tectonic? Is it worth to get? I think they went to early access on Steam too early. I think the game is nice and has potential, but I would not, if I was developing, I wouldn't want to charge people for it on Steam, because on Steam you expect to have sort of playable. Early access has been everything is early access. Like, this is early access, so if you expect a game like Captain of Industry or Satisfactory because it says early access, then you're in for a bad surprise. And it's a shame, but that's the way that early access works these days. So I would say, if you want to be early, very, very early in the early access phase, then yeah, sure. But it will be very rough. That's good. Wow, that was challenging. So from that perspective, yeah, I mean, it's I think it has a lot of potential, but it's I don't know, maybe I would say it's the same place that, no, it's not even at the same place where Captain of Industry was when they had this access thing by Christmas. Yeah, so we now have a way down here. We don't have power, but we could just sneak it from this one intentionally. Or we could make another power line here, which I think I'm leaning towards. Has become an excuse for charging full price for unfinished product. Too harsh? No, I think that's... Okay, so the good thing about early access is that without early access, software development is really difficult for anyone who is not sort of affiliated with a studio or is in the hands of a publisher. So early access is a great way to get around the fact that you don't have a publisher and allow you to self-publish, which is really good for the gaming industry, because then you could have people who will follow their vision and what they really want to do, instead of being forced to do whatever their publisher says that it should be a battle royale, because that's what everyone wants, and then go like, but I don't want to make a battle royale, I want to make a factory game. No one wants to. There has to be microtransactions, right? All that crap that publishers potentially could say. I'm not saying all publishers are like that, but allowing people to self-publish is really good for the industry as a whole, and gives us a lot of cool games that we probably wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Unfortunately, that means that since there's no policing of how finished something has to be able to be released as early access, then you can get a lot of crap in that bunch there. Now, it is not in... Now, that is what can happen, but it shouldn't happen, because any developer who has done their market research know that you can't go to Steam with a shitty product, because you will be killed by the ratings, and the ratings means that no one will buy it, because no one buys a game that has mixed reviews or anything like that. Well, they do, but not so much, right? So it means that if you do your market research, you will also be sort of keenly aware that you should not go to Steam Early Access before you have something that is very playable. Before that, you can go to Kickstarter, because people who support on Kickstarter will happily be doing bug testing and stuff like that. Because if you support something on Kickstarter, you don't expect it to be a finished product. I mean, some people will do, but that's not correct. Hello, Michael. And hello, Jay Bestaman. When you pan your view quickly or across more than a few degrees, it looks like motion blur is actually on. It's not, but I'll check. Maybe it is. Motion blur, no, not on. I can turn it on to give you a headache, and then you'll see, oh, but that's probably the video rendering, my guess. All right, okay, let me just see. This doesn't feel like motion blur. Let's turn on motion blur and then just test how it looks with motion blur. That's headache inducing. You can see the motion blur when it's slow. Yeah, motion blur actually is more evident when you move it slowly than if everything gets blurred when you move slowly. But it is the Twitch compression, and there's nothing wrong with Twitch compression and poor bitrate or anything like that. That is how it is. It has to be rendered, and yeah, I'll try to keep in mind. Saw this with Breakwaters. They launched with a barely playable game, and the review got the mixed status. And to Nero's point, I don't know how they climb out of that one. Yeah, and Icarus certainly was also a steaming pile of shit when they launched, and they could have fixed a lot of the blatant errors before. Like, they were really good at fixing urgent things during the test weekends, but it was also quite clear that they should not have gone to those test weekends because they were not ready for them. There were really glaring errors in there, crashes and that kind of thing. So it was, and that is also a contributing factor to why they got like so shitty reviews, and that's again hard to climb out of that hole. Okay, so we go back to this thing here. Yeah, now that goes in. Who is the godless heathen who decided to put motion blur on by default? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if any. I've never heard of anyone who goes like, "Oh yes, motion blur, awesome." I just love not being able to see what I do while I'm turning around. I love that. I can't imagine anyone who would ever say that. That's technically, I don't need to do the whole up down thing here, so let's skip it. Okay, so this is now going away. Ta-da! Don't have the Steam green light thing anymore. Was even worse. Oh, yeah. What was that? There was. I remember there was something about Steam green light. I remember hearing it and go like, what? But was that kind of like an alternative to a Kickstarter or something? Alright, so that's this part done. Let's keep. I'll just make it middle here. But it is tough, and I think that early access is good, but it's it's tough. It's tough to find that right balance. You go here. Now this one is powered, yes, and you go in there. Cool. All right, let's see. So that is actually all of this flooring. Let's recap what we need. We need to bring this back to our hub. We need the hypertube to the hub. We need concrete. We need steel, and we need to branch off the plastic. So there's still a lot of things that we need to do. Modular is best. I do my builds modular. No crazy super mega factories. Just sprawling the less sprawling the system. Yeah, what I like about this build is that you can build one, and then when you come back, you have already room for the next because it's a module. It's just adding one more module. They did grabbing a bunch of items from machines in a 3D space. Would be cool if Factor did that for the settings. Yeah, I agree that the part where you hold E and then you have a drag box in 3D space, and then you can sort of select from there. Yes, a drag box in 3D space is very nice. Okay, what should we do first? I think we should do first the branch back and also the hypertube, because we need to figure out where we are actually going to put these heavy modular frames. Plastic and nothing. Well, isn't that an easy choice then? This is going to be heavy modular frames then. It's the closer one. That's the one. And how are we going to do with that part? Haven't tried the game, but the same mechanic could probably be used for copy pasting stuff as well. Yeah. Yeah, PAX Transit ASAP. Yeah, exactly. That's also what I'm thinking. So I am kind of thinking to do it like I did it for the coal part, where we just bring it over to one place and then zoop, 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 all the other places. So basically this one, the irony is that this height is exactly the same height as over here. So maybe it should just smash out through the wall instead of smash down, because otherwise it smashes down, goes over, and goes up again. Does that seem a bit weird? Probably not. That one. Let's see. Do need to bridge this in. Okay. And then go up to number 4 here. This doesn't seem correct. So this is too close, I guess. Somehow noodle works, but it's not actually that bad. Ah, but it'll kill this ramp here that I don't know why I have, and also I don't at all understand why it's outside of this. It should absolutely be underneath it, but okay. What about on the other side? Is it also outside? Yeah, apparently it's outside. Okay, so if I fall down, then I fall down on that ledge. I guess that's the... Especially with blue bands. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 About that. I think this is the right location, and then I switch to horizontal to vertical. Well, that's absolutely not what I want. What? Horizontal to vertical. How is this horizontal to vertical? That's definitely not horizontal to vertical. What about this one? That's not horizontal. What the hell? Okay, you're middle, so that has to be... There. And then I can go down there. I have to go up there. Nope, not like that. Let's try this. That'll be... I'll go over here, which will be at this location, and then from here, nope, that'll be, it'll need to go 2 back. Because it needs to go to in the middle here. And that should be a, yep, a crisp turn. Sweet. Oops. Input. And from here, because I'll also have another one next to it, which will just go 1 level down. Swish. Hello, Peter here. Oh, sorry, Woof Tata, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Sorry, I am missing these because there are no notifications. Unfortunately, there's still a problem with Streamlabs, so all the notification sounds are just disabled today, unfortunately. I actually really like not having this here. There you go. I like it. And thank you for the compliment. So, next one is coming from the output over here, has to now go into this one. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so now I have to figure out at what level I want to bring it in, because if I bring it in at this level here... Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. I noticed, I just saw something out the corner of my eye that something happened. It's the thickened 3D corners. Thank you, the chunky corners. Let's see. So I can bring this in and just bring it in at... Ooh, I could bring it in. How about bringing it in right above this? That can't be done, can it? No, because then it'll be underneath this. Damn. What if it's... Oops. What if it's at... I really like it if there was right on top of this, but I can see the problem. Now I need that back again. So here. That's not it. Like this, right? Nope. Still no. How would that look? Ah, really? Oh, this is good. It's not clipping, but it's really nice and close. Sweet, I like it. All right, so that is where we are gonna go from here. Then I think I'm gonna drag it underneath. Simply get it underneath here. Having it simply flow on the underside here and then go up at all the way over here. Maybe the item on the belt will clip. Nope. If so, it's very little. And then it's not a big deal. Let's see. So this will be at height. So you are coming down here. And then go to this one, and then after all of this is done, I'll just take the whole thing out anyway. Missing that. So, as today will 100% not be a good day for subs and bits and stuff like that, because there's no notifications, so that takes a lot of the fun out of that. Something I'm struggling with, and I kind of know the answer, but I also don't know the answer. Up to half a year ago, people there were more people joining on Patreon than leaving. But for the last 6 months, there's been a lot more people leaving than joining on Patreon. And it sucks because that's my most favorite platform. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't know if it's the content I produce, if it's the inflation, if it's because I don't have those things that will motivate people to pledge on Patreon. And I don't understand like what it is that has changed it. Like DSP popularity, I think you got a point on that one. There's also of course like a market saturation, like, well, people are here, so well, people who wanted to have already pledged, and that's it, which is also totally fine. But what I'm thinking about is like, there used to be during a stream there would be some, but also sort of outside of that, and it was, I think that Dyson Sphere program somehow drove it a lot, and I don't know why. And of course, like Factorio with a new Templar adds another episode. That's of course a big motivator as well. But it's not just like the Templars parts. Is it because of the Factorio series? Yeah, I think it's a mixture of the Factorio series is not motivating the higher tiers. It's the fact that Dyson Sphere program was somehow driving it a lot. I don't know why. But it was kind of very often during those streams that the big things happened. Then I think that also sort of generally market economy, a lot of people are hit by inflation, and this is probably some of the first things you cut away. Well, it should be the first thing you cut away. And then maybe I'm not been good at promoting it, but I'm kind of like, I mean, obviously I can't do something, it's not country related. The world events, then I'd say more like inflation, but it's not like I have a vast majority of my patrons are Russians and therefore they have gone away. That's not how it works. But you know, it's I'm all 20, nice. I'm also just thinking like, should I do more for patrons? Because I've always liked not doing anything for patrons. It sounds wrong, but what I mean by that is, of course, that I want patrons to pledge because they want to help and be part of it, and not because of the actual perks. Like, oh, I get this thing and this thing and this thing. But you know, maybe there's also a part like there should be more things to motivate for, especially the higher tier stuff. Yeah, access to save games. That's also kind of. Yeah, unsub situation. Yeah. Yeah, that's also a lot. Every time the new sub, they go, oh, thank you, new. Okay, they're gone again already. No, no, I don't want to do that. That is that's really bad form. That's really bad form. Like, why did you leave me? No, I don't. I would never do that. There is an exit survey on Patreon, and that's completely useless anyway. Yeah, linking Patreon to a Discord access, I don't want to do that. It's more pick up belt part. That's why I'm running back and forth because I couldn't remember what I was supposed to get. Thank you. That was the part. What else are we running out of? We're probably running out of other things. Like no, not these. A bit on that one. There. And then we have to take. Oh. Here's on this side. Yeah, so it's mainly like, what is the... and it's more like getting some kind of thoughts about it, because yeah, sometimes there might be some good insights in chat. Anyway, let me see. I think DSP was really wide reach and got people who were both already playing the game and weren't coming to support. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's also about sort of getting a new audience in. But for example, Captain of Industry has also gotten a new audience in, but there has been it has not converted in any way into patrons, for example, and it hasn't like built up a new crowd of people. It's been the same people mainly that have been also enjoying the other content, but then also enjoyed that. Yeah. Good evening, Donnie. Good to see you. Oh, it's only Mr. Me. Well, it's good to see you, even though you only think it's good to see Mr. Me. Hello, Donnie. Yeah. It is in some way also country-related. For example, here in Greece, we have the lowest salaries in EU and most expensive fuel in EU. Stove inflation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sort of looking at the country-related, but inflation everywhere in the world is pretty bonkers. And there's also like in most countries, at least, the pandemic is over, so the whole working from home is also no longer a thing, and that's also probably, it could be an impact. Like there's a million sort of, I'm just thinking, I don't want to be the guy who says it's all based on socioeconomic factors, because that's kind of lame. But it's about sort of figuring out how much of it is socioeconomic and how much is content based, right? Because if you're just basing it on external oh yeah, that's true. External factors, then you're not learning anything, and you're just, yeah, you're blind to the stuff that you have your control over. So knowing that there is a socioeconomic effect, fine, but I can't really do anything about that. Wish I could, but I can't. So then it's about the things that I can control. Good, I think we got it. But I do very much acknowledge that that is also a big issue. And most of the people who cancel on Patreon, and that's totally understandable, say that my financial situation has changed. And if that's the case, then definitely don't spend your money on supporting some internet guy. Spend it on food. Oh, okay, I kind of removed my staircase. Oops. Ta-da! Sweet. There. There's a lot of turnover in Patreon in general. It's not a good payment platform, and failed decline payments can be an issue. I completely disagree with that. Every single word you said, I disagree with. There is not a lot of turnover on Patreon, at least not my patronage, generally. Not compared to Twitch subs. There's not a lot of turnover, which is really nice. This is also why I really like the platform, because it has a very low turnover rate. Therefore, it's much more reliable. Cancellations and stuff, I think you have to run some kind of shady porn site, or have things that are people are exclusively there for benefits, and only in that case, then I can imagine that you will get a lot of declines and stuff like that. Yeah, there are a lot of declines, but there will always be a lot of declines. That is, so I don't subscribe to those kind of things. You need to be asking is, how much has your content changed since you saw a drop in the sport? Yes, and that's exactly why. Thank you, Altus Klua. I love that I could get sort of a new first-time chatter to chime in with feedback on such a sort of for us regulars topic, right? So thank you for that. And then you're absolutely right. How much has my content changed? And yes, you're right. I've been doing like in March and April, I did a lot of Elden Ring content, and that was something that drove in a new audience to my channel. But that new audience did not become fans in sort of the traditional sense. They just enjoyed my videos. Maybe they subscribed because they thought that there would be coming more videos, and then they kind of not really particularly sort of associated or connected to the channel as such. Also interesting and valuable, but definitely not something that would drive any kind of patronage for sure. So that's definitely a thing. And then the fact that I've stopped playing the Factorio series, which is absolutely a probably the main factor. And then the people who are like here only for Factorio would also be like, yeah, okay, well, if he's not playing Factorio anymore, then that was kind of what brought me in. That's perfectly fine. So I think I know, but I still like to get like feedback from. What? Are there now two on top of each other? Yeah. Ah, right. They could be on both sides of that. Yeah. Ow! There. And now the question is, do I want to do that? And thank you, Donnie, for the 24 months. Seems nowadays been incredibly busy. Well, that's fine. It happens. Yeah. Your patron trailer's a bit too Factorio. You have goal for new Factorio series, so at least fans of your Elden Ring content would probably not join. Trailer's a bit. Your patron. Oh, Taylor's a bit to Factorio. Ah, right. Yeah. Well, no, I don't think it's part of that. It's because it's a completely separate topic. Let's say I was doing Fortnite guides or something like. Hey, Cerebrum, thank you for the 4 months. Then there's a difference between how you come to a channel. If you come to a channel and you watch Let's Plays and then you go like, oh yeah, I like this style and I like the kind of games, then you are likely to subscribe and be part of it and be part of the community and hang out here in Twitch chat as well. But if you're just like a guide to I don't know, to Lanedale or sewers. Oh, I find this one. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Then I might click subscribe. I might click like, because I want to watch the next Elden Ring guide. But it doesn't really draw people into the core of the community. It will primarily be something that's on the periphery, just it by the nature of things, and it's totally understandable. So I think that it's more of the kind of content is not really catering to. All right, let's go down. Four. I think that makes sense, right? Yeah, it's. How do we get the power to this one? Oh, can't afford. No! Cable. I forgot to bring cables. You didn't remind me about the cables. It's always the cable. There. To you, but I find subs and bits more rewarding than a Patreon subscription. I don't understand that. I understand that, Donnie. Because you get to sort of see the joy and be part of the hype trains and stuff like that. Oleocath, thank you. Thank you for what was that? That was a 3 month subscription. Welcome back. Woo! I don't get why that turns off the flashlight when you're zooming or when you're doing it. All right, so now we have brought things back. We have all this stuff. We have powered everything. All we need is just the raw materials coming in, and it's nighttime, so that's also nice. So that means it's a good opportunity for us to take a little break while waiting for dawn. It's always darkest before the dawn. It's like, that is a stupid saying because it's not how it works. It may be coldest before the dawn, but it's not darkest before the dawn. There. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit, and thank you for participating in this little conversation here. Appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. All right, welcome back. Let's see, and the event thing is still... Oh, it might... There are no recent events. And it hasn't updated with anything for today. The API from Streamlabs, so yeah, not working. Still on Patreon, do you feel there's more competition in your niche now compared to a year ago? There's always going to be more competition, but you can then also say that that was... Like, when I got started, I was like, what is the point of the making Factorio content? Because Arumba and Stagio already have every viewer. And now most of you will go like, who? And that'll be the point. So there will always be more competition every year. And it's like planting a tree. The best time to get started was 10 years ago. But the second best time is right now. So I don't think there's yes, there is definitely more competition. But then on the other hand, there's also more games, right? When 3 years ago, for example, there wasn't any Dyson Sphere program, or Satisfactory was just in its infancy, and no Captain of Industry, and no a lot of other games. So the genre is also smaller. So there's going to be more people, more viewers, and more content creators. So there's more competition, but the pie also got bigger. So it's fine. It's how it's supposed to be. But that's kind of not on a Patreon topic. The one thing though that is with Patreon is that when it is like, when you see other creators copying the way that I do things, and I go like, well, there's no patent on how to do things, but it's still kind of, I wish they would not be that. But you know, that's how it works. You see other people do stuff and then you make it your own somehow. Oh, no. There. Good. Now, the next thing we want to do, Let me see if I missed something during the break. From Templar said also people that were old regulars enter new phase of their life. Yeah, that's fine, but that's always going to happen. That's always going to happen. That's why there has to be sort of a constant flux of people coming in. The funny thing is, though, but if I stop making content tomorrow, there would probably be several years where I'll still get like payments from YouTube and from Patreon because people simply have forgotten to cancel it. Even if I never made I just vanished from the face of the earth, there would still be like a long tail of just passive income, which is kind of crazy how that works. Yeah. Let's see. Now I want to make refineries. I don't need to make 4 refineries, but I'd like to make 4 refineries. Let's make 1 and then see where that goes. My question was initially for the YouTube videos, then continue for the Factory and DSP blueprints. As my viewing on Twitch increased, my YouTube viewing time decreased. Yes, that's also like I cannibalize my own audience very much, and I've seen other people say that as well. That people who are regulars here on Twitch chat barely watch any of my YouTube content. This is also why I don't have a problem with sort of like recycling content, like making videos for YouTube about the stuff we spent time on Twitch, because it's not exactly the same audience, and it's also like recruiting to get people over here to interact the way that new viewers. Now I got curious. No, the whole like save games are for Patreons and that kind of thing, right? So yeah. And like the formats and like the way of doing shout outs and like there's just a lot of things, but it's okay because that's how it works. If you see other people copying, like I'm not talking about viewers copying my blueprints, that's the whole point of making blueprints, is to have people use them, but other content creators doing stuff the way that I know that I started doing it, then you kind of it's both like, hey, that's my thing, but it's also on the other hand like, that's my thing. So that's does YouTube ad revenue add up to passive income? It's mostly new stuff. It's mostly for new stuff. I'd say basically it's probably like half of my YouTube is new stuff and the other half is like legacy stuff, because like how to order your base with the main boss is still generating views to this day. So that's still, yeah. Just always fun to have a look. Still like 600 new people or 600 people every day watching it, like that specific video. That video has made me $1,500. That's pretty good for one video that I hacked together in one random morning. That's not how most videos go. I've seen people trying to do the color my factory thing. Yeah, for example. But engineers came along, CityBlock design pattern did not exist in Factory. Now it's practically the standard. Yep, CityBlock is very much, there can be no doubt that that's my thing. That was in season 4. I introduced the concept of city blocks, both in naming, and I was very deliberate about the naming because I wanted something. Okay, back then, my first series was, I was like, okay, Karumba and Stijo, now we're taking a trip down memory lane. They were doing their collaboration, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to do something that's gonna be my own. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do the advanced, like, so I played Angel's mods, and then I made tutorials and talked to Angel, and he made my tutorials sort of on the mod page on the forums. He linked to my tutorials and then sort of to my Let's Play, and then that was kind of how I got started, and that generated a lot of interest in Angel's mods, Bob's Angel's mods back then. And then Arumba and Stijo picked it up and they started playing it, and I went like, All right. Okay. Okay, let me do advanced autonomous industries, like the programming stuff. All right, so throw myself at that, make tutorials, do the cool things and that kind of thing. And then, lo and behold, 2 months later, Arumba and Studio started advanced autonomous industries. And I was like, and that's where they actually kind of split up because Studio just could not do programming. And he was insisting on trying to do programming while Arumba was desperately trying to build a base. And it was really awful content. I think I can safely say that. And in the meantime, I had my tutorials that were really crisp, and I had my excessive automation series was like, I don't know. But around that, I was like, okay, no matter what I do, they will come in and do the same thing. And then, like, so I need to do more branding. I need to have something that's mine, because there were people who go like, oh, you're playing Angels like Arumba. I'm like, no, it's the other way around. Even though I had like 1,000 views and they had more. So then I was like, I'm going to do this city block, and I'm going to brand it as city blocks. It works. It works. Welcome home. The thing is working again. Gearfell, thank you for the 9 months. Good morning, Everlist. It's amazing. Your first intro series on YouTube brought me to your channel, and that excellent teaser, I still watch that once in a while. Oh, that's so nice. That teaser was pretty damn good. It's still probably my best content to date. Ironically. Yeah. A kind gesture. Silver Cecil, look at that. I can actually keep up with what's going on here. Woo! Yeah, so that was basically like, I was really deliberate about the branding. It's called City Blocks, and that's what it's like. 120, yeah, okay. So that's why I forgot that. Let's go back and get more of those. Oh, right, of course, I've been using all those pipes from here. Ooh, hey, Everlist, for the wake up. Thank you for the 300 bits. Anyone else getting payment method unavailable? That could be something related to it. Y2 Alstott, thank you for the 5 months. Whoa, Donnie, thank you so much. 20 gift subs. All right, there's business. There's business. Oh, look at that. I'm riding the belt. Whoosh. All right, that's pretty nice. One more. Is it one more or something to? Yeah, one more to trigger. Let's see if we can't trigger this. Now that we are. Yeah. The Angels tutorial trailer with things being built by bots was so cool. Probably overkill, but still. Exactly. That's the thing. Is like it might be overkill, but it's the things that made people. And I think that's something I've forgotten along the way. You need to do something extraordinary to convert people from casual viewer to subscriber to fan, and it's only when you get the fan status that you become a patron or drop 20 subs. Someone's called to beta start. Nice. And I think that it's about, you can also see like the Factory content that actually gets views on YouTube now. That's the sort of I did everything with burner miners, or like silly over the top challenges that things. Okay, what did I? All right, yeah. We need to go here. Tales of our endeavors. Razor Gremling, you are back. You're back with more gift subs. Thank you for 5 more gift subs. The train counter doesn't work. Okay, doesn't it work? Huh. A kind gesture. I'll just switch. Now I think it should work. And Warren with the 200 bits joining in on the train. I think it works now, right? It's matching. It says 18 subs to complete level 3. That sounds about right for where we are on this one. Yep, now it works, I think, as far as I can tell. Right, so let's reiterate the usual stuff. If you get to level 3, then we get a new color. If we get to a level 5, then we get 1 extra hour. Oh yeah, for example, if we see someone else, another content creator who starts doing, if we hit a level 5 hype train, then we add 1 more hour, you absolutely know where they've copied that idea from. And that'll be one of those where I'm gonna go like, I really wanted that to be my thing. I can't keep it as my thing. No one can, but it's still one of those where I'd like that to be my thing. 18-second difference for me. Yeah, there's always going to be like a difference. That's why we don't want to be waiting until the last seconds. Good. So this here. Then I need to just bring all of these in. Over on this side, I need to figure out exactly where it needs to go up. Oh, so good we built these. So good. Makes it so much easier. Even though it takes a while to get up. Alright, that was a quick dash to level 2. Let's see if we can dash forward. IPR violations could be another column. What? IPR? I don't know what IPR violations, whatever this. Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 500 bits. Taking the bit leader of the hype train. Intellectual property rights. Nah. I don't believe in that thing. I know it's not the thing that you can believe in, but I do believe that if you have something that's good, then and someone else copies it, well, if you can't make it, if they are gonna get it, suddenly be better than you are at your stuff, then maybe it wasn't so good. It's reliable in the beginning. Yeah. All right, we're down to 140. 1 minute and 40 seconds. I really wish that we could get to a level 3 with this train, so we can get a new factory going, or new color going. I guess they'll have to. Oh, that's not correct. They are not even. How are they not even? Oops. YouTube video that inspired me to fire this back up and play with trains. Nice. 60 seconds. That's a 60-second warning. Damn, Donnie, you put in such a massive start here. Tired of my green? Nah. Just now that we have we've been playing for 2.5 hours and without any events, then as there was a train, it would be nice. Just hoping that we could get this going. Let's see. I'm gonna drag these out. Payment unavailable. Okay. Well, then let's say that's why. There's a lot of good intentions, and that makes sense. That if there's AWS problems, then that's probably also easily affecting Twitch. Yeah. Oh well, another time then. Thank you for your support. And particularly thank you, Donnie. That was you carrying this one. No new colors, so okay. Look how nice it is that we can just copy paste it. Thank you, Jeff, for making that little feature there. Concrete outbound has to be marked too. That's a good point. How bad is this if I drag it through? Oh, it's bad. It's gonna be the most boring empty location. Ah, come on. Yep, yep. Wanted to pick something disgusting so that someone else will compelled to undo at some point. Yep. Then I guess you needed to ally yourself with someone else to get it going, or maybe it was just a payment issue thing. But yeah, not the most effective space utilization we have here. Raise it up past it, but don't bother. This is fine. Oh, it's not. Okay. And rearrange the concrete plant facing the center. I could, but I'm not going to. That's too silly. Too silly for me. Okay, so I need 120. I need 480 concrete coming in. Now I don't need that right now, but we do need to figure out where is our concrete available. At some point we also need to start making train stations to bring stuff in, but I'll cross that bridge when we get there. All right, let's see. That's gonna be this one. Ironic that it has to go down to go up. Yeah, and down here, question is, can we? Oh, really? None of this is deep water? Damn it. I was sure that there must be somewhere. I wasn't even checking because I was sure. Really? Really, really? This is nuclear wastewater. Are you sure? Yeah. Spy Coast, you're not getting any friends right now. Ah, I need to get rid of that before I can press the map. There's so much water. I thought that when they displayed it on the map, it was because it was actually accessible. Damn it. Oops, falling. How much water do we need? I can't remember. But some. We do need some. Are you kidding me? Now this is starting to just be a bit annoying. Like, really? You have so much water in this location and you just don't want to give it to us. Don't want to give up. There we go. That's the closest we can do the water. That is disgusting. How to minutes for each refinery? Yeah. Another issue is that I can't even build more of these. Oh, there is one there. Boop. Ah. Yeah. If that water doesn't want to be water, just pave it. Exactly. If you're not water, then you're just a parking lot. It's all you're good for. I don't know where I want it. That's one. And it's 100 for each. So I think I can't imagine that I'll ever want more than one pipe for this, because then I'll just upgate the pipe. That's gonna be the end of it. Yeah. And by default, this is 120, isn't it? Yeah, 120. So by default, this is fine. I don't know where the thing is that wants to attack us, but who cares? No. What am I? Oh, it's just not as far as I think it could be. Why did you do the alignment with the splitter that you deleted? Because I aligned it to the splitter, and once the splitter was done, I didn't need to align it anymore because it was placed correctly. I wanted to just be nicely placed where it was there. Okay. I think that's the one here. Right? Is that correct? No. Yes? No? No, that's not correct. It was there. Yep. Whoa. Hey, we're at least underneath this part now. Your OCD is on another level. I thought I was bad. Another level of perfection. Great content though, for sure. Thank you. I don't like the term OCD, but I understand what you mean, and I know that you mean it as a compliment. But having known someone who had OCD, then that's a bit different. I don't like. I don't like that. It's a pet peeve of mine. And sorry, it's not to take it out on you. Everyone says it, but why is that sort of the only mental illness that it's okay to I'm not gonna say make fun of, but trivialize. Trivialize is better. OCPD, obsessive compulsive something. Yeah, but don't worry. Duracell's PC gaming. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not. You just happened to mention it, and then it was the last thing that someone mentioned. Yeah. So, for context, I had a friend, unfortunately, had a past tense, who got a new wife. The wife had 2 children from a previous marriage, and then after they got married, we stopped seeing him because he was never allowed to go out. And only several years later, when I had a deep felt conversation with him, I found out that the reason why was that one time he had come home and his wife's 1-year-old daughter was just lying on the floor crying, and he'd come home and it was it'd been several hours where the kid has just been crying on the floor, and his wife was in the bathroom just with all bloodied hands because she was just trying to wash off the dirtiness after touching her baby, and all bloodied, and from then on he was like, I can't leave her alone because she has this obsessive compulsive disorder. So that's a bit different than liking neat lines in your factory, right? So that's the kind of thing why I'm like, yeah, it's not the same thing. And yeah. Where's my up? Like 20%. Yeah. Have you tried not being so sad all the time? Like, oh right, I didn't think of that. Thank you. I'll try to not be sad. Oh no. Oh, good. I was worried that it would be coming up right here. Yeah. I'm more than aware. Yeah, I know. Ex-military, yeah. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not taking it out on you, Dorsal. It was just you mentioned it, and then it just triggered me. Oh, come on, really? So because I can never remember how to do this properly, and I don't like those holes in the floor because they've screwed me over more than once. Wall supports? Do we think wall supports are the thing? But the wall supports are too close, that's the problem. Let's try wall supports this time. Ah! And I don't think it works. I think they are... No, that might actually work. Yeah, and then we can take out the wall support if we want to. Cool. Here's one. heavy content. That's the fun. Yeah. So it's yeah, but I do. It is. Let's leave the sad part of that aside. Yes, I appreciate it. It is my brand to be playing like that. It is very much a deliberate thing. We talked a bit about branding before, and that's something that I am very deliberate about, and something that for me it's. Oh wow, that's a lot of pumping. It is something that it's something that I cultivate, if that's the right way to say it. And what I mean by that is that cable, goddamn cables. I want like the bed. Oh, I saw a slug. The bit. Oh, hey, Dorsal PC Gaming, thank you. Oh crap. We need to slash these. Yoink, yoink. Yeah, just let them blow themselves up. Thank you. All right. So, like the best compliment that people can give me in a gaming context, of course, is when people say, "Oh, after I started watching your content, I can't watch anyone else." Then I go like, "Mission accomplished." It's kind of what I want, and it's obviously, but the idea is like. I need to have a style that makes people either love it or hate it. And then the people who love this style and the clean, crisp lines will probably get annoyed about someone who goes like, that's fine, it doesn't matter. I mean, that little bit of clipping, that's fine. We'll just cut it through here.
New subscriber arrives. It fills you with
Tree, thank you for the prime and welcome. Which that one is correct here. There. Right. I can't remember what we were supposed to get back here. Cables. It's always the cables, right? It's always the cables. And what else? Probably also some rotors. And some motors. And some... nothing else, right? Steel pipes, steel beams. We'll get a few more. There. And off we go. So as they each have the different great thing to offer in the game. Oh, absolutely. And for going to help each other. Yep. Did I need industrial beams? Yeah, I have 14. Yeah, you're right. Need more of those. And I don't have any room for it, so time to kill some of that crap. Industrial beams. Really should get rid of the last junk here. Oh, this is why we have that one. We'll just do that. Get rid of that easily. What? Where's Mark? Oh, there you go. Good evening, all. Hey, good evening, Mark. Good to see you. Don't worry, I won't put you to work today. But your in-depth description of various topics and your interaction with the audience while playing. Thank you. Appreciate it. Still counting on hard drives. Oh, right. That must mean that we have... I will take the moist crystals. Yeah. Hello, Patrick. How's it going? Not abandoned Twitch, but my PC CPU fried and it's on its way to the dealer for replacement. No suitable other device to listen to in here, so not in until PC back. Sorry to hear that, Patrick. That sounds awful. This is exactly the reason why I chose to buy mine at a brick and mortar shop, because then I can just bring it in physically and they can fix it. But yeah, it sucks. Hope you get it back soon. How much I actually don't like when people calling it a mall and not a hub. Yeah, I mean, might have had a little bit of influence on that. Again, that's also a branding thing. Hold on. Ah. Oh yeah, this is not connected yet, that's why. I think I'd actually want to have it instead of from this. Take it from the one down here. Yeah. You go up to that. So now you're powered. Good stuff. Did you unlock Mark II pumps? Nope, not yet. I should have, but I didn't. Okay, so what do we need here? We need, and our, it's that way. About having foundations just above water and hearing your feet splash. I love that also. Nice. Yeah. Any reason why you're keeping slug in your pocket? Yes. So that you can say, you can ask if I'm happy to see you or it's a slug in my pocket. And then I can go, it's a slug in my pocket. But I am happy to see you. Thank you, Dorsal PC Gaming. You should have saved all that generosity until a hype train comes along. But I really appreciate it. Very nice. And sorry if you felt that you that I called you out on that on a very innocent compliment, which was definitely. What? What? That means this is not. Who the hell did that? Oh. That's good. That sound. That's the sound we're looking for. Oh, hold on. They actually have to be faster because it's like 80 inbound or something. No, 120 inbound, so it definitely needs to be faster. Review with no worries. Thank you. If the hardest part about playing Factorio as a content creator, what do you think that is? For me at least. Maybe not for everyone else, but for me definitely. And then that will be, let's say, we'll do this. Come up with fresh content. Actually, that's not the part. Not here in PowerPoints. I think I am playing this when I... Thinking, why am I playing this when I can play Satisfactory? Yes. I'm playing Satisfactory. Do you have your own standards? No. So, for me, the hardest part about playing Satisfactory as a content creator is to come to terms with the slowness of the game and not feeling guilty about it. Like, it might seem like a really stupid thing, but I want to make sure that when I make content, it is feature rich. It does something, right? Something happens. We get something done. And very often I feel with Satisfactory that things are going so slowly that I can go like, oh, why would people watch it? Because what have we done today? We've only set up these things, and it stresses me out, and it shouldn't, because if you didn't want to watch it, you wouldn't be watching it, and that's the nature of the game. It plays at this pace, and maybe you're doing some other meaningful task at the same time and enjoy the fact that you can go do your laundry and come back, and then we're still working on the same build. It's not like many things have passed on in the meantime. Oh, this one doesn't have water, so we need to check on the water as well. But it's something that is something I constantly have to remind myself that it's okay. The speed is the speed. It is what it is. It is what we can expect from... Oh, it is actually correct. Where are you going? Oh, your power pole that's in the middle here. Oh, nice. Not nice. It's like slow food. Thought you said Factorio. Oh, right. Maybe I did. I meant to say, okay. I meant to say Satisfactory. All right. Yeah, now I can hear when I say Satisfactory, I can say that was not what I said last time. All right. The hardest part about playing Satisfactory as a content creator is accepting the slowness of what you do, right? In Factorio, you can spend a lot of time on design, but you know that as soon as the design is done, then everything gets built. So it's okay. But in Satisfactory, we sort of mess around with this and spend time on making it look somewhat nice and all that stuff. And it's just, well, it's necessary. It's something I have to sort of embrace and accept that is the speed of the game. Yeah, sorry. Oops. Good enough. All right, so we have water all the way up, maybe. Don't you need valves on the water tube? I shouldn't, but I become more and more aware that... I mean, I would say that a pump and a valve is the same thing. Right? It doesn't flow backwards on a pump. But, you know. Okay, so this is the one. Now let's figure out where the limestone is. It's that way. Where he spends hundreds of hours on a single video. Yeah, a lot of... it is... It's pretty cool. But it's also... Okay, so the reason why I don't do those kind of videos is because I like gaming more than I like content creation. Content creation is what enables me to play a lot of games. But it's not the content creation in and of itself, which is what you can also see the difference between me and a lot of other, also in the Satisfactory community, content creators. They enjoy the act of content creation. It's not that I don't enjoy that, but if I have to look at what am I going to spend my next week on, then I would much rather be spending it on on playing and delivering and streaming than I would on sort of editing and scripting and like making those really crisp. I watched a video that I'm sure it gave me some kind of brain cancer. Maxor, don't know if you know, makes some extremely edited videos of like Elden Ring, where it's like there are like colors and distortions and memes and cutouts and transitions like many times per second. It's absolutely disgusting, the amount of things, and you just sit there basically getting the top comment was like, well, this is the best way to find out if you have epilepsy, because that's basically what you find out, because there's just half an hour of ultra high edits. It makes Marvel movies look slow, but it's like there are 10 things happening on the screen at the same time, and with like fast talking all over it, and you could like for half an hour, and the ungodly amount of time that must have gone into that. It's ridiculous, but you know, it's a very different way, because that's a method where it's quite clear that it's yeah, the content is king. Code plates, yeah. I don't know which one I took. It doesn't matter. I can't remember where are we going again? Why did I go up here? Oh right, we need to go over to this part. Let's see. Do we miss something? Definitely need more Mark 4 belts. Concrete. Now, I will leave that slug in my pocket and I'll take that out. Good night, Michael. Let's see. Let's also get the proteins out of the way. I don't want to go on a shopping spree until I actually have something I need. Borders. Don't need that either. Oh, right. Concrete and cable. And concrete. That one. Just looking at if I'm missing something. Nah, I think it's good. How do proteins work? Not really. Not really. I think. How's that for an answer? Not really. There it is. That's the one. Alright, so before I kind of want to get it up to this belt here, and then get it across. Do I want to get it out here? Not a good answer. All right, so proteins work in the sense that you take the random giblets and turn them into proteins, and the proteins can then be turned into a weird thing that's probably a quest item that is used for just a few updates, or it can be turned into 100 biomass. Then we're back to sort of normal things. I kind of think that maybe I could drag it in here and then let it go. I think this one is matching what? We'll see. Yes, that's gonna match. Yep, okay, so this is actually an okay location to get it. So do I want to sort of encroach on this one and sort of sneak it in? Nah. Then I want to get it at this point, but lower. think we can do that. Yeah. And we take ups.
You are so lucky that
So lucky. All right. Cutting the animal corpses into tray of purple ground beef. We use the ground beef to either make inhalers or sausage capsules. Yeah. Yeah, I assume that they're going to be used for more when later on. I need 2 portable miners. Then we need a Mark II miner. I don't even know how fast this is. It's a normal one, so it can only go up to 300. Well, that is... Could I make this turn? Yeah, I can make it turn this way. That's okay. And
harvest.
no. And there. Just focusing on getting this done. Long time. Here's my sub. Thank you, Fixer. Maybe. Oh, right. There was a question about Sweet Transit. There was a comment earlier, and I was just kind of thinking about it. Is it break time soon? It is break time soon as well. Right. There's a lot of things going on here. Right. So
Your contract legally
let's get this back to our location, but not actually hooked up yet, but just get it all the way back there.
Welcome back. Your steadfast.
There you go, Fixer.
is greatly appreciated.
I did overclock it to the maximum. I can maximum get 300 out of it, so that's what we're gonna get out of it now. Okay, so here's the next question. Do we leave these as open, or do we leave flying belts, or do we let the belts... Also, do we take it down here? Drop it down so it goes straight in? Or do we go... Yeah, it definitely has to go straight in. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Here. That's the match. I think we'll talk a bit about what's it called? Sweet Transit after the break. Don't need to go into that right now, as I'm just going into the break now. Yeah, last. Final hour of today. Good evening, Archulak. Gate Chemical Fixer. There, been watching you for a long time and it never gets old. I do get old, but thank you. Okay, again, it's nighttime. Let's, or it's dawn. Let's save, take a break, and then come back reinvigorated, ready to hook things up. I think we're making good progress. I mean, no, I think we're making progress. It's not good progress. It's pretty slow, but it's progress, right? Older, not old. Thank you for the clarification. Be back here in 2 minutes. Then let's see how much we can get done. And that's going to be the last hour. Almost certainly not going to get that one extra hour today. But you know, never know. Be back in 2. And I'm back. Don't worry, don't go away. I have not abandoned you. You have not abandoned me. Yep, the mem is ready, as usual. At this point, we're probably just getting trash recipes. Oh, that's not a trash recipe. I'll take it. Even though that's also good, but I'll take 6 inventory slots anytime. Then I don't think I want to activate more, since when we get that, that means we're already really far. Right, so, just coming in. Have a good day. Thank you, Fixer, and thank you for your for your sub and compliment. Right. So the question about the that's not it. There. Maybe next one. Yeah, I think that's gonna be where I want it. Yeah, the question about Sweet Transit. It just wasn't all that great, to be. I tried it and I tried it again, so I feel that I gave it a fair chance. I think that it has some really good mechanics, like the way that. I think there's some really well thought out things, like having routes and trains be separate entities and you link them together so you can multiple trains with the same route. You can have multiple of the same type of trains with different routes and that kind of thing. It makes sense. It's also how things work in the real world. But the places where it cut some corners, obviously you have to cut some corners. It's a small development project. Then that was in terms of sort of why do you build the trains, and that was, in my opinion, never really answered that question very well. Okay, why am I building those trains? Well, just because that's the next thing you have to do. You have to find that stuff to get that stuff, and then that stuff will get you that stuff, and go. It ultimately, like, it missed the game aspect of it, in my opinion. That was where I kind of just. Okay, that's a bit risky what I'm doing here. So I wasn't particularly compelled about the game aspect of it. it just became, I don't know. Someone said fetch quest. I don't know if that's. I don't think that's a. It's not that I don't think it's fair, but it. I don't think it was. It's sort of like about having fetch quests that that caused any kind of problems here, but it was more. I don't know. I didn't. There wasn't anything that I was like, oh, this is really cool, and I think maybe that's like the crux of the matter, that there wasn't anything that was super compelling. God damn! Now I have to go all the way around just to get back up there. Damn. So it's not bad. It's just mediocre. I don't know if even I think mediocre is also a bit unfair. I mean, it's I do balance my thoughts based on, like, I expect more from Ubisoft, which I shouldn't, than from a single person development team. But there are still some key parts that weren't really answered to me. Like, why am I doing this? What is the compelling thing that is in this game that really what just drives me to build bigger networks and just do more? Because it's the next thing to do, it just didn't really answer that question well enough for me. It's like that, right? Hope that's connected. Oh, it is connected. Otherwise, this wouldn't happen. There you go.
Illustrious champion returns.
What Ubisoft game mode said posting? All of them. Hey Smago, thank you for the 19 months. Good evening, my favorite streamer. Thank you. That's nice of you to say that. Yeah, so nothing, and it really bothers me, and I've really tried liking it, because I know that I could produce a ton of content for it, and it would be, it could potentially be one of those games where, okay, there's two reasons why I really want to like it. One is from a content perspective, that I know that if this was a really good game, then oh, here's a guide on how to make the optimal stations. Here's a guide to make the optimal supply distribution network of coal to your different cities. Here's a optimized something, blah blah. You know the drill. You know me, right? The stuff I like to do. And it would make a lot of sense, and some let's plays, 10 episodes of that, all that good stuff. Like it's just, it would just be perfect. That's the one reason why I'd really like to like it. The other reason, and that's a bit more sinister, is because I got, honestly, I don't know. I think the right word is disappointed, but I got a bit pissed at how completely they ignored me. And yes, that is very arrogant, but you know, if you're a Factorio developer, ex-Factorio developer, you're making a new game and you want it to be a success, then might be a good idea. Might be a good idea to be open and accommodating to one of, if not the biggest content creator for Factorio, right? It just makes sense. So when I asked for a copy of the game for the alpha, I didn't get it. I didn't even get a reply. And it pissed me off. And that's so why is that? Why does that mean I want to like it? Because I don't want to be so shallow that I let that influence me. And if I really like the game, then I could go like, no, look, even though they pissed me off, I can keep those things separate. It is a good game. But now that I don't like it, I can't 100% sure tell whether I don't like it because I think they didn't treat me right, or because I just don't think it's an interesting game. And that's annoying. That's a really convoluted reason. I know that. You have entirely justified reasons for not liking the game on its own merits. Thank you. Yeah. But, you know, it was just like, if it was a really good game, then I could be like, it's the same as when you get a sponsorship for a game and you like it and you go like, do I like it because they throw money at me, or do I like it because it's actually good? And it's, even though you think you know, but the easiest person to lie to is yourself, and we do it all the time. We lie to ourselves all the time. So being conscious about that, on that bias, is the first step towards acknowledging it, and acknowledging that there is a bias is the first step towards actually just trying to fix it. So I'm trying to be really aware of those kind of biases, and sort of decipher, try to make sure that I put in an effort to separate, do I like this person, do I like this game, why am I not liking it, is it for a reasonable reason or is it for a bad reason? Yeah. So does that make sense? So this is not clipping, this is clipping. Do I... Yep. How about Tectonica? Okay, as a viewer trying to learn the game as you played it, it was very unclear why some things did not work or could not be done. Yeah, that's also what I also felt that. So, whether that's because of my lack of understanding or just the game being a bit convoluted. There's also the part about me as not really having learned the game yet. That means, okay, there's going to be more things that I just don't get that are evident later on once you've tried it more times. Yeah. I found it like any other game of the same genre. What? Oh, we take Voxel Tycoon. Okay. In a world where open TTD exists, sweet transit is way too simple and not challenging at all. Yeah, I think you're... okay, a game does not have to be more complex to be better. But I do think that it has to offer... I think maybe that we're getting closer to the crux of the matter. What is unique about it? Like, let's... I forgot that. Other train games, right? Railway Empire has a really cool story and set in real world, and there's a bit of historic perspective to it. So that's really cool. And so on top of the actual train mechanics. But in complexity, the amount of city building you do in Railway Empire, I think it's called Railway Empire, right? Then is comparable because the focus is on trains. But it's so much more engaging because you have the story and the scenarios and all that stuff, which is really neat. And I also felt that with Transport Fever 2, I feel this Transport Fever 2 I played, that also has a really cool campaign. Beatrix von Pump, Railway Empire, yep. Yeah, Transport... Remind me of a colleague I had to deal with this week. Everyone hates him already, but I think I gave him a chance. But I hated him too after my first full interaction with him. It's been a couple of days to come to the conclusion that he really was being an ass. Okay, yeah, that's the part where I go like, no, I'm not gonna be so judgmental. I'm not gonna be just piling on with other people's opinions. I'm gonna, okay, yeah, that's right. It happens. Okay, I'm gonna leap on that one. Good night, Patrick. Thank you for joining. Best of luck with your burned out PC, and thank you for dropping by despite your difficulties. All right, so Mark, you're gonna jump on that one. So I went on vacation with a lot of kids, a lot of singles with kids. That was the concept on a campsite. Super fun. We sit there in the evening. Kids are running around having fun, and us adults are just sitting there talking. So I'm sitting there talking to a woman, and then there's a guy across the table, and there's really like 4 or 5 people sort of having a conversation here. And then he's talking about like, oh, he finds it so difficult to make friends. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you're at right place. It's fine. Then he starts talking about his kinks, like tied up the rope thing. And then there's a girl who was also kind of tried that, and then they started talking about that. And then the rest of it was like, I don't really... Either you sit and listen to people talk about their kinks, or I don't really have anything to add about that. So, I'll just go somewhere else. So we kind of left, and they sat there talking, and then a bit later I sat down, and then she sort of directed away from that conversation and started talking to me so we could sort of have a conversation. And because he was a bit tired that he had sort of been like, ooh, this is what we talk about now. And then she turned to me, and we sat there talking next to each other. Then a minute passed, and then this guy who was having trouble making friends, we were sitting next to each other. He comes over, takes a chair, scoots in, and there's not room between us. And he starts, pushes her. Hello, I just want to be part of the conversation. We're like, that is the most rude thing. You see 2 people talking, male, female, middle of the night, over beers. They sit there talking, and then you just physically barge in. Hello. And I was like, fuck that. I'm not going to be sitting here competing with him for her attention. So I'm like, I can't deal with this, and I left. And then she left as well, and we started talking, and he came out like, no, I'm sorry, I just thought you're 2 amazing people, so I just wanted to be part of the conversation. Like, yeah. Now I don't want to have anything to do with it, because either you have no social intelligence and just don't know how to approach people, and you genuinely just wanted to talk to both of us. that's like a 10% chance. Most likely he was trying to compete with me for her attention. And if you try to do that way, we're not gonna be friends. We're not gonna be friends. We can have an honest conversation, but if you push me away to barge in between her, that is the most rude thing I think I've sort of experienced in my adult life in terms of that. Like, okay, yeah. So I talked to her later, and she was like, "Oh, I just had to get out of that conversation. He was just it just got downhill from there." Yeah. So, but it was also like, I'm not gonna sit here like some teenager sort of competing, overbidding for a woman's attention. No, if she's interested, we'll find a way to talk later, and it's also a good way to sort of test if there is an interest. But sitting here sort of overbidding each other with stories, nah, that's not me. Yeah, but it was like, oh my god, for Nino's Lady three-way. I mean, I honestly I don't think that was out of the question. So yeah. That's not correct. How did that one mess up? Oh, right, because I didn't tell it which way it was supposed to go. There, now it goes all the way up. Crazy. Good. Reach a certain age, you just can't be bothered with all that childish behavior. Exactly, and it was so... I don't have any friends. Yeah. To your point about how long it takes to build a Satisfactory and how you find the challenges to hook up the limestone is taking an hour. Yeah, but I've also kind of got distracted with my talks about my me picking up random dudes at parties. So there is that as well. You got that for free on top. Ruin system and Zen, especially in social settings, not the funniest to be around. I wonder what the motivation, origins, the behaviors. Yeah, exactly. Everyone, like, when you try too hard, it just pushes people away. Right, while we are chatting away, we've now hooked up that part. It's good. It should all be working down here, but I'm not hooking up because I want to sort of hook up the whole thing by once. So yeah. And now we need to hook up the plastic. So we need to get the plastic out here. Plastic is somewhere down there. So do we branch it down there and then bring it up, or do we branch it as close as possible to here and then take it out next to this belt? Yeah, it's definitely what we do. Definitely. Yeah. Whew. The first refinery that you rebuilt doesn't have the outputs hooked up properly. Okay, thank you. This is the one I rebuilt. You said outputs? Anyone see the problem? I don't. Hey, hello, Castor. Thank you for the 26 months.
Welcome home.
Output belt isn't actually connected. Oh, yeah, that's true. Wow, that's a good spot. Thank you. Yeah, I picked it up, moved it over, but didn't redo the belt. Awesome. Thank you. That's a good spot. Damn, those things. Whoop. The belt is not connected. Yes, but we got it now. Is that because they only know how to talk about themselves? No, not sure. Hey, Jay Westerman, thank you for the gift sub. All right. Is that like, it is maybe the last attempt of this for today. I think it's just like social awkwardness comes in many shapes and sizes. I had a good friend, and he was the funniest guy. He was really intelligent and smart, and had all like his associations were just like they were so clever, and everything about it was like, oh man. But then whenever we sat down and there were girls present, he just became insecure, and he became really inappropriate to the point where you go like, ugh, creep, ugh, no thanks. And yeah, so social awkward can come in many shapes and sizes. God damn, what am I gonna do about this? Because I needed to go straight up, but if I need to branch it off, then it's gonna be like a massive thing here. I don't like it. I don't like it. Maybe I'll just branch it down here. Let's try that. Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you very much for 200 bits. Oh, yeah, it's not quite. Oh, where is it? Where's the plastic? Where's the plastic? No plastic here. Oh, plastic is further up. That's good. That's the plastic. That's perfect. Thank you, Silver Cecil, for always being there to try to push for another little train here. Late night and night train.
Greatly appreciated.
Greatly appreciated. Indeed. Normalty, do you have plans for a new series of Factory or Captain of Industry? Yes, when they show something new. When they do something new, I'll do something new. Until then, nope. And that's the same for pretty much all games. When there's something new, I will come back to it. If there's nothing new, I don't want to do another playthrough of the same thing. And Urchelak, thank you for the 300 bits. And that triggers. That is the trigger. Oh, it's actually even higher. Huh. Is expansion out soon? Who knows? Unless it's Bloodborne or God of War. I mean, I've played my fair share of Factorio. Yeah. Literally nobody knows. I hope that someone knows. I would hope that Kovarex knows. Is it the right height? Waiting for combat in Dyson's Sphere. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that one. And that's the same with Dyson's Sphere program. Oh, that's not it. Like, are we going to play that again? Yes, we are absolutely going to play it again. When there's something new. Same with Valheim. Same with all the games we play, basically. As long as there's something new, then I'll happily jump back into it. There'll be some games that I'll play, and then that'll be it. But there'll also be games that are just always back on the menu whenever there's something new there. I think this is actually just placeable. And this is good. This is so much easier than what I had anticipated. All right, so we have triggered a hype train. I don't know. Level 3 for new colors could be a thing. Let's go a bit further over. Ah, crap. Okay, now we know what this one is. I can see them doing that, but at the same time, it'd be nice to be able to get hype for release date. Yeah, they don't do that. Yeah, they haven't exactly been big on the marketing side. That's true. That's true. That is true. Hey, Arjulak. It seems it is doomed to stay in the station. Yes, this train doesn't seem... There must be some kind of error with the schedule for this train, because it doesn't seem to want to leave the first station. It's too bad, but there must be a problem. Oh no, there's a problem with one of your locomotives. Hey, Jay Besterman, thank you so much for the five gift subs. And then we go. Thank you for 5 gift subs. And triggering. That's wrong. What? Yeah, that's correct. There we go. Hey, we got to level 1. We got off the tracks. That's nice. Thank you. Ah. What? That's a new bug. Yeah, we don't like old bugs. We like new bugs. All right, 0% on this. Wrong connection on the up? Uh-huh. I don't think so. It just decided to be weird. And if oh. And I do this, it actually goes all the way up, and I don't want that just yet. We'll do that now. Do I want this to be here? No, I don't. I want the whole thing to be as floaty as possible out here. That one. That one. Nothing else. Okay. There. All right. Yeah. So 2 minutes left on the train, and we'll see. Not gonna expect it to get very far, but you know, we gotta hype it up just to see if we can get it to a level 2 like the previous train. At least. Maybe. Oh, stuff is moving. Yeah. It is okay, so it's just a visual bug.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
There, that one. Simrian, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate the subscription, the resubscription, and it got us level 17% through the level 2. No, not 17, 7%. Right, so this is getting ready. Tag node, thank you for the prime, and that's another 6.5%. All right, 1 minute left. Just need, I don't know. More? More of that? Yeah, well, guess we're not gonna make this all night, all day, completed today. This is also needs to go away. This part here. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. Last chance. I gotta hype it. It's the last chance of a hype train today. And actually for the weekend, because I expect to stream Saturday, but that's gonna be like I don't know, a random stream, probably playing Stray or something like that, just for the hell of it. Thank you, Mercer. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate it. Winning the hype train like that. Nice snipe, indeed. And that was it. Well, thank you for the people pitching in and trying to drum up. Yeah. Ta-da! Thank you. Right. What is next? Next is actually the 1 + 2 is 3, right? Nope. It is not. And 5 level 1s is not the same as a level 5. Okay, let's actually use the... This... do we think I know where it's going? I don't know. Maybe this one? Nope. Maybe you? Certainly you can afford to put a sign on the tubes. I could. But this is more fun. Send around the tubes? Apparently, yes, we can. Well, yeah. If you regret it halfway through. So, nope, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Where the hell are we supposed to go? Okay, I might need it. This is going to... It's next to the motors, so it must be motors. This is... That's home, so this one. Yay! Easy. First try. Ow. Okay, so now it's time to... Do you know where I want to go? I want to go here. Follow H. Follow H. Follow H. I don't know what is correct, but yeah. All right. So what we need to do at this point is actually build another level on this tower. Follow H. No. Follow H. That's. Oh, look at that.
Another loyal devotee.
Let's see if it was one of those pledge cancels. No, it was not a pledge cancel. It was a new protector of the path. And also there's another one that didn't trigger, but that was another protector of the path. So two new protectors of the path. Thank you very much for that. One annual, one not. And to any of you, if you are a patron, be sure to link your Discord so you get access to the save games. And we can I can shout you out because I don't want to shout out real names. You know, GDPR. Thank you. Thank you for the pledge on Patreon. Okay, let's see. How high was it again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, of course it's 7. It's always 7. Except when it's not. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But is that like the 7 here and then like this? Few people were asking your opinions on Tectonica. Oh, right. Good point. That's the product managers that GDPR. The product manager resurfaces. Well, actually, I was dating. No, not dating. I had a girlfriend for a lifetime who was a GDPR lawyer just right when it came out. So I caught a few things there, and I also just it's a good idea. All right. So thoughts about the Tectonica. I really like the idea. I like the idea. It's satisfactory, and they have cut some corners where they need to cut corners because it's a small team. Like make it voxel based. I would prefer it wasn't, but I totally understand why it isn't. It is because game development wise, I can only imagine that voxel is a lot easier than having freeform if you want a 3D. Now that's just me talking out of my ass, but I can imagine that must be so much easier. So I think that it makes sense to choose a voxel based. I think that has a really cool concept. I think that from a development perspective, and again, talking out of my ass here, it seems like they've focused on the right thing. So the first thing they've done is like build the world, build the mechanics for how you terraform the world, because that's going to be an integral part of the whole game. Figure out sort of how do the machines work, inserters, belts, machines. If you get that sorted, they're like, okay, this is the core. Now then you can add more with more types of machines, more interactions, more power, more liquids, more all these things you can add. But let's get the first things going, so that's the core mechanics of the game, and see if that's a robust system. So from that perspective, I like what they're doing, sort of from a development perspective, and I think that's the right thing. Now, enjoyment-wise, I enjoyed the game as a product demo. If I had paid money for it on Steam, I would probably not have liked it, because it is not ready for taking people's money yet, except if it's on Kickstarter. For me, this has the state of not a Steam early access, but a Kickstarter early access. That's where I feel the maturity level of the game is right now. Nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. And right now it's also a closed alpha on Steam, so it's not like anyone can get it, which I think is a smart move. But it also just kind of says something about where we are development-wise. Oh yeah, this actually has to go all the way up. So I hope that makes sense. So I think that it has a lot of potential. I don't think it has Captain of Industry potential, because Captain Industry has something. Captain Industry is unique. They do the factory game, but they have enough things that are unique, like the cool terraforming way in Captain Industry, the way that trucks interact, Unity, maintenance, how each is supply chain. I mean, Captain Industry has a lot of unique things going for it. Very cool. Tectonica feels very much like a category game. Like, hey, Satisfactory is a success, Factorio is a success, let's make a voxel-based 3D Factorio Satisfactory-esque. And yeah, it's a genre, that one now. And it's underground, you can do terraforming. Is that enough to sort of set it apart from, like for example, Planet Crafter also sort of had a bit of that vibe to it. I know it's not much in terms of factory, but like it's also voxel based. It was also like, and it needs. I feel that, and this is something they can still do. They need something. They need something that is the compelling thing that makes you go, oh, this is cool. I did not think of that. This is unique. Because right now, it doesn't really feel unique. It feels good. It has potential, but it needs something to really set it apart from anywhere. Because if you go like Tectonica, what game is that? That's like the Satisfactory Underground, like Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know. It needs something. It's an alpha, so can't expect too much. Yes, absolutely. And this is also like, will take a year or two. I completely agree. I'm totally with you on that, Evelyn. This feels like early access on Steam, open early access on Steam in a year from now, then it seems really makes sense, right? For me. And I may be too rough about these kind of things, but you know, I know that also a lot of you are looking to me for your input to what to buy and what to play. So I also want to make sure that I don't give recommendations lightly and try to be as honest about these things as possible and give as much detail as I can about what I think about these games. Okay, you're not supposed to be one of those, are you? Let me see. Yeah, let's kill the power. That could be like killing power for everything or nothing. It's completely impossible to know. Ah, crap. I need to be on the outside. Ah, I got it. Sweet. Was that correct? What? It was not correct. It was correct. It kind of correct. Except it wasn't correct. Ah, fuck. I could just do that and it would be a lot easier than whatever the hell I'm doing. Ah! See it. Okay. I don't know if this is connected, so let's try again. There we go. Whew. Yes, I've had a corner stream on Twitch. Kerat, welcome. It is probably a little bit late because we have like 12 minutes left. I had a similar opinion about Tectonica. It was a good start, but not something I feel I really needed to play. Yeah. And welcome, Wonder Will. So DSP Let's Play individuals love him. Awesome. There will be more. Don't worry. We'll more Dyson Sphere program when there's new content available. So when more available, we'll do more. Oh, right. I did have like this one. Swooping that up there. Did it also go on this side? Can't remember. Nope. Oh, yes. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh well. Okay, now I need to go up and build the next one up here. Quick question. I see your stream title. I'm currently starting a new save. Was thinking Mega Factory. What advantages are modular factories at 5 from game lag? Modular factories, it's actually more modular than it looks. This is what I mean by modular factory. So here I have a little build that makes 120, what are they called? Steel pipes. And then if I want more steel pipes, I can build another level. The advantage of that is that when you start building your steel, you don't have to go like, ugh, I need to build 500 steel pipes per minute because that's what I need for endgame. And then you spend like 2 weeks building that. But instead here, you build it in a way that you have some small modules that do the whole thing. And if you then can add more modules as well on top. Oh yeah, what do you think about the memory core mechanic? I like the idea, but then I sort of realized that it didn't do anything. Like, if the cores don't take energy, what's the point? You just craft something and then you have it. I like the idea to start with, but it's there's no downside to just making all of them. So basically, when I found out about it, they were like, "Oh, okay, I'm just gonna handcraft 100 of them." Then I found out that 100 of them wasn't enough, so I just handcrafted 50 more. I'm like, that's not good. Yeah, so that's what I think about it. I think I like the idea that you can sort of choose and enable and disable your science as it sort of comes along, but there has to be some kind of trade-off, some kind of cost associated, and currently there's no cost associated. Get to that. There you go. What are you saying? Actually, zigzag the hypertubes across the left is always... Yeah, that makes much more sense. But then this looks better on the outside, but performs worse because I can't remember a damn thing. So, you know, there are trade-offs. Always. I would definitely say that your option is better. But my option is my option. So I actually intend to do this slightly different from the other levels, because the other levels are spending some of the space to make the steel ingots and some of the space in order to make the pipes or the beams. But since we're not exporting pipes or beams, we're exporting ingots, then I can just double it and have twice as much on one level. Yeah, this one, unfortunately, we can't go out. That's why I tried to place it so I could just like a little stump on the outside. So if you took that one, you just go like, pew! That is the tube of regret. But what if you run out of nodes for modular tower? For instance, if you run out of iron nodes for your steel tower, will you eventually train it in? Yes and no, but as I can... Right, in the beginning, I only had level 2 pipe, level 2 belt, because level 3 requires steel, and this was in order to make like steel. So I brought it in, and then I had 120, 2 belts of 120 each. But then as I got to steel, then I had 2 belts of 240 each. So now that's 4 floors. And then at this point, now I can go out again, and I have now 4 belts, so I can get 450 in. Of course, it's assuming that I can overscale it enough to do that. And after that, well, at some point we can get level 3 miners, we can get level 5 pipe belts, and then we get 600 in. And you know, that's gonna be enough. And if it needs to go higher than this, yeah, sure, then we need to find another location. But if we end up in a situation where I get 1200 inbound, then that's as much as I can get from the steel anyway. And if I feel I need more and want to build it like way up there, then I'll train it in, I'll belt it in, I'll do something. So I don't think it's something that scales naturally. If I'm gonna need more steel, oh, but I've also have better belts, I have better upgrades, I have better miners. Okay, so I can go upgrade it and then leech in some more. So I think it makes a lot of sense, I think. All right, let's try and figure out what do we want to do. Bloop. Okay, This is the input. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, by the way, let's make sure that we get these corners done correctly. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What are we going to do about this? There's no setup that can encompass that much. Definitely we need... But I can't do anything over on this side, except sort of some beams of sort. Yeah, that looks bad. I know it can be done better, but I can't remember how to do it. That looks shit. Wow. Yeah, that looks really bad. Huh. Do I have any kind of walls that could be useful? I guess I haven't really researched a lot of walls. Alright, there. That's actually not bad. Okay. How is this? Oh, because I don't have enough. Alright. Out of concrete. Back for concrete. Small concrete pillar, yeah, but they are, I think they'll still think they're too big. I really wish I could come up with some good way of anchoring this. I just have no idea. It ends up just being pillars in the corners. It's fucking boring. And we're back. Whoop. Ooh, 25. We are raking them in. I think this design is probably my best to date on this part. Like the fact that they're just chugging along and just generating so much for us. Here, tickets. Alright, shop. Walls. What kind of walls do we have? We have these useless ones. Gates, useless ones. Door walls. Okay, that's not actually very interesting. Conveyor mounts. Small concrete, small metal pillar. That's not really interesting things. Industrial railings, but I have the modern railings. That's just better. I guess at some point we need lights as well. It's just like really boring things. I just don't see... Oh, here's some things, right? Coated concrete, metal grip, steel wall. Yeah. That's something we want. Asphalt. Yeah. Oh, I could just click here instead. Coated concrete. That's the really way too shiny one. This is not. The coated concrete, I find it's too shiny. Yeah. Alright, we're basically got enough of everything at this point, so. You go there, and tickets also go there. 16 tickets. Yeah. Never too much shine. Well, I think we can. Midnight. Yeah, we're not going to be finished today. That's alright. And that's the part where I said that that's the hardest part of this game is like accepting that it takes a while to build stuff. but we got started on this one, and we'll continue it on next time, which will be on Sunday. That also means that I can't make any YouTube videos for this thing until it's done, so there won't be any Satisfactory videos until start of next week, until we have this build completed. I think we'll just do one. I'll do basically the YouTube videos for Satisfactory whenever I have something new, a new build to present. But until then, nah, not really. Anyway, thank you all for joining. It was super awesome, and thank you for all the good conversations. It was really nice to just hang out, have a good time. Yeah, no new colors. Maybe another time. I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back on Saturday for sort of a casual stream. Right now my plan is to play Stray, the cat game, cat puzzle game, cat adventure game, just as a one-off thing that we just have fun with, and I think it looks like a really interesting game, so I'd like to play it. And since I was kind of leaving room for more Sweet Transport or Street Transit or Tectonica, but honestly I don't really think that there's much merit in to keep playing more of those games. They are just like more of a, okay, we tested, we tried it, not really more. So thanks everyone for joining. I saw you had a video for it as well. Nice. So take care, have a good weekend. I will see you guys when I see you. Good night.